Hey, afternoon all, how we doing? How we all doing? So I think there's been a few in. It's chopped some of the messages off the top, but there's a few people popped in and said hello. Daniel was first in today, definitely. Followed by Sean straight in with a super chat, Sean. Even before I even started the stream. Stephen's give his apologies, he can't be in today. But he's going to watch it later. Sean's doing some Sunday roast by the looks of it, in and out possibly. Cyberflyer, hi Cyberflyer, how are you? And Rasuthar Jazlmer, apologies for the poor pronunciation of your name there. But welcome. Rob Hall, hi Rob. In and out of chat, but we'll keep an eye on proceedings. No worries, mate. Phil Taylor, how you doing, Phil? Nick Petronics, Rob Titheridge. Wet. It's horrible here as well, Rob, so we ain't missed a lot. Evening, Gary. Afternoon, even. I've gone and bought you today. I've had to buy a Gary from eBay. It's about 15, 16 quid down the pan, I think, Gary. You were expensive. Afternoon, Colin, Benji, Nigel Hill. Afternoon, Rob Cross. Rajendra, how are you? No worries, mate. Merry Christmas to you as well. Late at night there. Okay, no worries. And you do view all the videos. Well done, Rajendra. That must take a fair bit of your time up, so apologies for that. Andy Beck, how you doing? It's the 13th. Well, at least it's not a Friday, Rob, is it? It's not a Friday. Brett, hi Brett, how are you? I've got my cup of tea, look. Can you believe it? I should have had my scratchy corner mug, really, but I forgot about that. I was expecting to drink my tea before I started the stream, so I brought it up with me. Don't want to waste a good cup of tea, do you? So I've been playing about with the Amiga board this morning. I managed to burn my finger on the soldering arm, but I got it under the water pretty quick. So I made a little bit of progress on the board. I mean, I decided to tackle the one that looked easy. Whoa, how wrong was I? Got it under the microscope and it's a bit of a mess, to be fair. But that's for another day because I need to order some parts for that. But hopefully I'll get that up and running next week. It'd be great if I can. Tony, how you doing? You see something there, Tony? Bit of an unboxing to do in a minute. How you doing anyway? You're complimenting me on my stamina. I know, Rajendra. I just don't know how I manage it, really. A stream a day. It's like a full-time job. Because I've got to prepare for this stream. I've got to clear everything that I'm doing, prepare for the stream, do the stream, and then I've got to clear everything back down. Oh, plus I've got to put the advert out for the stream and type all the stuff in and do an image. Oh my god. It's madness, isn't it? But you know, it's good fun though. I enjoyed yesterday's look back at the old Amiga stuff, especially when we got down to the software. That was a good crack, that was. I can't wait to get the thing going now, then have a play on it. Mike, how you doing? Mr. Racing Demos from a wet Belfast. It's wet everywhere today, isn't it? It's driven rain here. It's coming at 45 degrees, Mike. Mike Atlantis, how you doing? Need some good entertainment to cheer you up. Your sister tested positive for COVID. No. Is she in hospital then, Mike? Is she? Mike Atlantis? Yeah, it's certainly coming in 45 degrees here, Sean. Let's put that in that little tub of Amiga stuff if I can find it. There. Let's finish the tea a minute and then we can open the beer. Wet here all morning in Ireland. Right, let's get over to our little mate, shall we? If I can find him. Where is he? Here he is. Here's Penguin. Merry Christmas to you, Ganesh. How are you doing? Oh, she's at home. Oh, good. Yeah, wish her all the best there, Mike. Right, let's see if we can get over to the beer advent calendar. See if we got something lined up. I'll pull this one out first. Oh, Bath. I like that one. Bath ales today, let. What do you think of that, Penguin? You mustn't drink. Are you old enough? So a bit of Bath Gem today, let. That's a nice beer. It's one I have had before. There's a lot in there that I've never had before, mind you. And some are unique, I think. Right, let's see if I can get this up on the bench without knocking the stream out. I've got Commodore Amigas everywhere at the moment, so it's a bit up to neck in here. It's a hell of a mess in here, actually, to be fair. I've got modules everywhere. I've got everything everywhere. Everything everywhere. There, that's better. Whew. Right, let me just get this Amiga out of the way because it's actually right on top of the lead for the webcam. There. Feels a bit safer now. There we go. How did I get on there? I don't know. So I've got something here before we do my open my beer. We've got something hot in from my good friend and supporter, Mr. Fat Tony. So this massive, great box arrived from the courier during the week, and I thought I'd save it till today because I don't really drink a lot in the week. So I usually like to have a beer on a Sunday, as I'm sure you all know. Let me just get a knife. So this has come in from Mr. Fat Tony himself. It's even got Christmas tape on it, look. And there's a bit of a clue there. Even more of a clue there. Purity Brewing Cone. Tony sent me some of this a while back, and it was very nice. Came with a couple glasses, and he's very kindly sent me this up for Christmas. So this is going to sort me, I think. It's a huge box. There's a good bit of tape on this as well. Shame to cut that lovely Christmas tape, isn't it? God, they've got loads of stuff in here. There's loads in here, Tony. Oh, we've got some beer mats. Beer mats are always good. Great beer, real character. And we got a little note from Tony. Oh God, we got loads of stuff in here. There's loads in here, Tony. You've gone mad, mate. There's absolutely loads in here. Let me just turn it around sideways and I'll pop them out on the desk and we'll have a closer look. Because I'm going to have to put this. Longhorn Unfiltered IPA. Unfiltered. 5%. A Longhorn cow on it, look. Oh dear. So Purity, now where are they again? Warwickshire. Upper Spurnal Farm, off Spurnal Lane, Warwickshire. My old stomping ground. Well, I used to work for Calagas and their headquarters was up in Warwickshire, so I used to go up there quite often actually. Longhorn. I think that's the same. So basically there's two of everything, I think. We've got another can. You didn't mention it's for sharing, so it's all down my place. Saddleback. Unfiltered hoppy black beer. Nice. 5.8 as well. That sounds pretty good stuff. I can't remember the ones I had last time. There was a big variety last time. It says I've got to drink sensibly. It's a black beer brewed with Maris, Otter, Crystal, Rye and Rye Crystal, smoked and black malts. Hopped with Pilgrim, Cascading, Chinook, Flippin' Heck. Apparently it's aromas of dark fruit, orange and spices and a full-bodied mouth feel. Where do they get these sayings from? Ugh. Have we got bunny hop? Oh God, bunny hoplet. Unfiltered hazy pale. Bunny hop. Gluten free. 3.5%. Brewed in tribute to the rabbits that nearly knocked our founder Paul off his bike, leading to the discovery of our home, where the Purity story began. So it's extra hoppy and extra flavoursome. Sounds good. We've got some bottles. Pure Ubu. I remember that one from last time. Remember the Ubu. Evening, Chris. Afternoon, even. Why do I keep saying evening? It's because I'm so used to going on in the evening. It's unusual to be on in the daytime, but it is a Sunday, isn't it? Let's turn that music down a bit. So yeah, Ubu, that's good stuff. I think, is that another Ubu? Yes, there's two of everything here. So, Mad Goose. I remember having that one as well. Mad Goose. There's a few Mad Gooses in here, isn't there? Hello, Linton. How you doing? Made from rabbit poop. So, crafted with Warwickshire countryside. A zesty pale ale with a refreshing citrus finish. Mad goose. Pure gold. Nice. I think that was one of the ones I had last time. Hi Rob, how are you? Just ordered some Russian Imperial from Black Sheep Brewery. Russian Imperial Stout. Rob. Premium gold now. Award winning as well. Crispy and zest golden ale. Inspired by our noisy farmyard rooster. That's why we've got a rooster on the front, look. And last but not least, we've got another can. Lawless. That's apt, isn't it? We're pretty lawless in here, aren't we? Well, we got some rules, but you know, not a lot. Unfiltered lager, 4.5%. Tony, that's a great present, mate. I don't know which one to try first. Resonator, how you doing? -12? Flipping heck. -12 Resonator. That's hellish cold. Right, I'm going to put that back out in the hallway for a minute, or the landing. Oh, because I've got no room in here at the moment. So you want to crack on and actually, no, I might put it up on. Is it going to be too heavy for that? Oh, it might be all right there. It might be all right there. We've got to crack on with the R707. Just get that up on the bench. We need to crack our advent calendar beer, which is Bath Gem, Amber Ale, a bittersweet, well-balanced ale that sees the multi-character from the Maris Otter barley really shine through. Andrew, how are you doing? Never type with one hand holding a knife. Oh, what have you done? Stabbed your keyboard? Hi, Paul, how are you? Copyright infringement. So thanks again, Tony. That's a great present, mate. Thank you very much. That's gonna last me a while. So I have got a record player to do at some stage. So best save some for that. All right, Andrew. No worries, mate. Zorba. This is a problem. We need to find out a way that we can actually play music without getting the videos banned. Because it's great at the time, but anybody that tries to watch it afterwards can't watch it because it's got a block. Sometimes it's just blocked in one or more countries, and sometimes it's a complete block. And then other times they just demonetize the video, and any revenue made from the video they have for themselves. Which is a nice little way of making money, isn't it? Yeah, we need to buy the rights to Zorba's dance. Anybody fancy buying the rights to that? Afternoon, Michael. I think I said afternoon, Michael, to you just now, but apologies if I didn't. Yeah, we need to buy the rights to Zorba's dance, really, don't we? Mike, thank you, mate. That's towards the copyright purchase. Look at the heat on that. It's another bottle for my collection. I'm keeping all the bottles because I'll do a quick roundup at the end of it all. Cheers, everybody. Merry Christmas. I think we've officially passed we've officially passed the center point, haven't we? The halfway point has been and gone. Right. The dreaded Mullard module in the R707. I've been working on this. I spent a few hours messing about with this the other day. It's progressed a little bit from last time. I've now replaced the majority of the tropical fish caps. I've pulled TR2 out, transistor 2, because I found that when I turned it on, if I ran my finger over that area, all of a sudden it would be fine. So it's like I was adding some capacitance into that section there somehow, and it was getting rid of the distortion. So I thought, well, maybe it is that transistor, but I pulled that out and it tests fine. I should probably have just replaced it, but I just put it back in because it was fine. I don't suspect any of these transistors to be an issue. So I'm at a loss really as to what else I can do. I mean, my other idea was to feed in an IF to the input and scope it out, see if I could find anything on the scope. You know, just go through the transistors and see if there's a bit of distortion or something on the scope, but I don't know. As I say, I've spent a lot of time on this now. It's getting to the stage where I need to get it done. So I've got two choices. This board here we know works. Oh, 8.7, Rob. Very nice. This one works, but it's got no core in the FM discriminator. So, you know, my plan really is to pop the because I don't really want to try and work out how to align an FM discriminator. So I was thinking to pop the discriminator out of this one and put it in here. But then I suppose it could be something wrong with the discriminator, I suppose. But this board definitely works with no distortions, despite the fact there's no core in the discriminator, which is very weird. So yeah, that's one option, is to go through the IF strip on medium wave. FM's okay, but it's still not brilliant FM, I must admit. So let me show you what it's doing at the moment then. Let's just turn that off a minute so you can hear it a bit better. Foxy's still here. I did have that wire hooked up to here, but as I say, I had to clear everything off to do the Amiga. Because if you don't have the right aerial on, really, you do get a bit of distortion on FM anyway, so you do need an aerial. Right. No, it's doing it on here now as well.
Christmas Day, I dropped a burger in its box as I left the taxi. The driver didn't see me go to pick it up and drove over my hand. I ended up in A&E after getting x-rayed. It was fine because...
See, that just fell off then, didn't it?
Burger the same again. If you've ever hear what you will be with on the radio, I'll let you know. You can take...
So just touching... See if I can get this round a little bit. So just touching it there. God, just caught that in time before I sneezed. Yeah, strange that, isn't it? So if I touch it there, let's find something that's not
There was that time. The thing that really got me was when Yasmin handed over her credit card and just handed them over like a lamb to the slaughter.
Yeah, full control, yeah.
I just, oh God, don't do it, don't do it. Very powerful stuff.
Yeah, and with that storyline as well, when he made her wear that ridiculous dress.
There's something in that area there.
Where he makes her take it off. And she, you know, she's quite a small
I mean, it could be that
lady,
core there or this one. This is on FM, mind you.
But again, it raises awareness of these things that are going on. You know. I think that's
So it's a bit of a mystery.
I'm not sure about
So I can try just touching the cores.
but it stuck with me and I watched it religiously. And I suppose it is that
If I can find the right size tool to go in there.
Corrie a few times a week. It is, you know, it's a bit of a cliche, but it's like a little piece of home. Those red brick houses and
Absolutely,
it's really like a piece of home.
No.
I think that's why it's stuck with me.
Recent scenes were recorded for us by our producer Jane Wilkinson at BBC Radio Manchester. From the inbox this week, we had 2 thank you letters by
No, this is the FMIFs here.
one from Phil. He said thank you for including
No.
part of the conversation which Leandra and myself had concerning care home visits and restrictions. The ability to hear conversations between ordinary people who are strangers but have a shared interest in
No, that doesn't make any difference.
Project, especially in this frustrating and perplexing year. It was an unexpected privilege and pleasure to have taken part. Well, no problem at all, Phil. We really enjoyed
No,
hearing.
none of those make any difference.
Nikki Smith also wrote to heard the dialogue on autism. Oh my, how I relate to this. I'm 72 and struggled with the social dimensions.
Oh, hang on.
Not least the comment, you don't see me.
I forgot I've actually taken a capacitor out. Now, what have I done with that capacitor? It's in with the Roberts bits. I forgot I've taken a capacitor out of there. I just looked and I thought, hang on, there's a piece missing. I just took a cap out to test it. So let's put that back in again. That would, saying that, is still working without a capacitor in it. It's surprising how robust these things actually are. Okay, it's in here somewhere. There he is. Now this one's a little, I think it's 47 picofarads. I haven't got another one. I was going to order some, but they want like 50 pence each, plus the VAT. It's crazy. Yeah, mega expensive, little tiny ceramic cap, 50p each. No, it doesn't like that for some reason. It's gone on my soldering iron. Soldering iron's decided it doesn't want to play now. That's because I've changed the tip. I wonder if that bit's, oh, a sodding thing. I've got a dodgy end to one of my Pace soldering iron cartridges, and the little blue bit snapped off, and I glued it back on, but it's now gone and snapped off inside the soldering iron, which is great. So it doesn't look like we're going to be playing with a Pace today. I'll have to get the old Faithful out, the old Duratool. Actually, let's just turn that on now. See what tip I've got in there. Yeah, that's fine. Hi Doug, how you doing? Paul, if? What's bent? $300 million, so Zorba will be a snip. We could have a whip around, couldn't we? Well, Chris saying you wanted to go to the garage today and drill the knobs off the shaft on the HE40, but it's raining so hard, I think I may be drowned on the way to the garage. Did you try freeze spray? No, I didn't, Resonator, actually. Yeah, I've actually, I know it's bent, but I've actually had it under the microscope. As I say, I spent a good few hours, well, wasted a good few hours on it the other day. So I'm not going to waste a lot more time on it. But yeah, I had it under the microscope. There's no breaks on any of the tracks anywhere, so it's still a mystery. I think it's got to be one of the cores, to be honest. One of the, not cores, one of the transformers. We might have an open transformer or a dodgy cap inside or capacitance inside. Right, let's just find out where this one went again. I had it just now. It's disappeared again. Right, it's just down there. There we are. Right, let's see if I can get that solder. Hang on. We've got to turn the temperature up. Stick it in there for now. Nice beer, that one. Okay, 350. To be careful, I've already burnt my finger once today, and this soldering iron is totally different to hold than the other one. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. I was hoping it would just stay in there, but the legs have already been cut off of this and I haven't got a replacement, so... what can I jam that in with? Cotton bud, maybe? Let's try that. Right, that might explain why it was a little bit distorted on FM more than normal. That should be back in there now. Yeah, right, let's try that again then. Take two.
And I'm happy to do this, but I
yeah, that's better.
Any detrimental effects to the plants. I'm thinking about things like agapanthus, asters, helenium, sedum, achillea, etc.
Long wave. This is where it all goes pear-shaped. Can you hear that? Right, let's find roughly where radio 4 should be. Should be around there. got a wire off. That doesn't help, does it? Try that with the wire on. Right, there we go. So you can hear it oscillating. So it totally stops if I touch the board about there. Say that is on that transistor. No, it's not. It's on that one. This is one of the AMIFs. Ah. Wow, has that done it? So I've got the oscilloscope plugged in at the moment, which is what this interference is.
So they've got this waxy layer, the water runs off nicely, and they can cope with the frozen soil too.
Let's just get the active antenna out. It sounds like it's just that IF course very slightly off, but I don't want to risk it and put it back in the machine unless it's 100%. In the machine, in the radio even. Going on about now, Graham. Right, okay, so what are we on? Long wave, it's over there.
How do they know that the springs have come? How do they detect light when they've got no eyes? How do they detect warmth when they've got no nervous system? And yet they do, and that's part of the fascination and joy of studying plants.
Well, if you don't like the cold, be thankful you're not where this is, because Caroline Bond lives near Oslo, in Norway, of course.
Hello.
It still sounds distorted.
And I thought it would be a good idea to plant a largish bush or a small tree that we could perch in near the bird feeder. Because I came up with something that's hardy. Our winters get quite cold, down to about -15. And I would also like something that's reasonably attractive so the neighbours are happy.
Hello, what do you go for?
Very for
to have it as pretty as possible for everybody else who's there as well. So a design which is a very hardy tree and has very, the pigeons love them. And then you move into the autumn and they have an amazing autumn colour as well. Something like an amaranth or even something like a mallow or everywhere. There's one found recently called a burunduk, which is like a peachy rose little kind of plant. Really beautiful. And would fulfill all of your needs.
Yeah, sounds good. Matt, what would you go for? Well, because the sawbuck, the mountain ash, is a big plant in Scandinavia, I would go and look for one called Edulus. And the fruit is brightly coloured, the birds can eat them, you get the flowers in the spring, of course, and the autumn colour. Then there's, Crataegus has already been mentioned, but there's a lovely one called Tanacephalium.
No, I'm only moving these very slightly.
Like a Tanacephum.
If I go back to that one where it was.
Deeply cut. It's the most sort of colour, but really quite large orange-yellow fruit. But I would also say these sort of depend on availability. So I would go to my local nursery, my local garden centre, see what they've got in those fruits. But also, and I went there once years and years ago, Oslo's got a fantastic botanical gardens. So go and have a look around the botanical gardens, look at the trees, they should all be labelled, note those down, and go and find either the plant itself or one of its relatives in the nursery. Use your local botanical gardens, everyone, as a reference collection. All the local gardens, absolutely.
I wonder
to go and see plants at different stages of growth and maturity.
Christine Walton.
Yes, I'm going to suggest a Primus, a cherry, the Primus triloba, and the Rotterdam. It's a small tree.
let's try a medium wave. I think that might be my scope. Let's just unplug the scope. Turn that off. What is going on? Just let me catch up with the chat. Hi Dave, how are you? Hi Theo. Or Harvey, how you doing? Yeah, good thought there, Paul. Don't you like the shirt? This is special for you guys. All the caps are done, yeah. Yes. Something seems to be around this core.
This is BBC Radio Wales.
Still distorted. I just wondered whether these transistors had too much gain, but it's overloading it. That's what it sounds like. No, it's not sounding good. Let's have a little play with this one then. Let me just have a little play with this one. Let's see if anyone's got any ideas. Copyright strike with that. I don't think they'll be selling any music, any songs on the back of that recording. Hi Rich, how are you? So that ain't great, is it? Let's just compare it with this one with the missing FM discriminator. Actually, we could tweak the FM discriminator. Would that affect it at all? I mean, that's not... It's still got this bit of oscillation though. Well, I can stop it by pulling that core there back. No, I think that's going to be one for me to play with, possibly outside, away from all this electrical noise. Just pop that off a second. Let's just try this other module in here then a minute that we know works, but has got the missing discriminator core. So my idea was not to pull a core out and hope for the best and try and align it, but to try and pull one out of another module, because I have got some spares. See, someone's done all the caps in it. It's got those fancy Nichicon caps in it, which are totally wasted on the IF side, really. Whew. Tell you what's flipping up in here again. It's up to 23 again already. I don't know why it gets so hot up here. All right, catch you later, RV. Whew. Sounds like a dab radio. Right, let's hook it up. And gotta grab my book out to get the colour code back now. It's a bit of Christmas music while I'm having a look. You would like to pay my heating bill? We haven't got any heating on. There's no heating on, Rich. It don't come on till 7:30. It's all this electrical gear in here that's warming me up. Right, okay, so let's have a look here. So we've got AFC, we've got FM out, and we've got our negative. Signal in. So I'm probably going to have to somehow do an alignment on that module. I know Simon was talking to me about sweeping it with the wobulator, so that might be a collaboration maybe between me and Simon to see if we can get to the bottom of it. Simon's very good with that sort of thing, and I'm not. I'm not a great wobbler. So just connecting the test radio up to this other module that we tried the other day that seemed to work fine, despite not having a discriminator. It was working fine. Oh, hang on, one of these leads has come off. There's the signal in.
It's a question that we've all got an answer for.
creation is infused with the presence of the divine. Having nature be a part of your temple.
See, it doesn't seem to matter that it hasn't got
It's a beautiful building, but
a core in it, which is a bit bizarre. Let's just drop a screwdriver in.
The home of God. Temples have historically had these gardens. It's one way of revering nature. It's one way of offering our devotion. One form of devotion is
bizarre.
To create...
That's the soldering on, I think.
It's a great honor to have a garden as your backyard. So it's a place where we can really calm down.
Yeah, so this one.
Sometimes on a nice summer's morning, when I'm doing my morning worship, which is a very personal form of worship, we would do it outside. You know, we just lay something on the floor and we could do our very early morning worship in the garden as well.
Okay, that one does sound all right. There's a little bit of distortion there, but I think that's because it's not in the can. It's picking up loads of interference from the light and all sorts of things. So I think we're going to go with that one. And what I'll do is I'll pop the discriminator out of another one here and we'll swap it over. Swap the discriminator over. Afternoon, Nathan. How are you? ZX. How are you? Turn off all the stuff you are not using, silly bugger. I've been doing that, have I? I've unplugged my oscilloscope and... it's this modern stuff with switch modes in the thing. I mean, the overhead camera power supply has got switch mode power supply. The overhead light has got a switch mode power supply. The oscilloscope is the noisiest thing on the planet for RF. I'll turn that one off. The soldering iron interferes with it like mad. Not the pace one, but the cheap one. Plus I've got a load of stuff over the other side of the room, including the Wi-Fi, what do you call it? The power line adapter that sticks the lovely Ethernet signal down through your electric supply, which creates no end of noise on long wave and medium wave. So I'm going to turn the desoldering tool on. So apologies for the noise in advance. Now I think I'm going to keep that one as it is. I'm not going to take the discriminator out of this one that I've refurbed, or partially refurbed. It was already populated with AF127s. I mean, these have normally only got AF114, 115s, and sometimes 116s. This one here's got all three are AF116s, but this is an R600. So, the next thing is, have I got a discriminator that I can pinch, or do I just pinch the core out of this one? I can count the amount of turns, can't I? That might be easier, actually. Let's see then. So, half, 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4. 4 turns. Let's pop that in and put it in. So these, I don't know if any of you have ever seen these before. Let's see if I can get that on the overhead camera a minute. So this is what the cores look like. So you think they're plastic, but they're not. They've got a bit of ferrite attached to the plastic. So 4 turns. Hang on, let me put it back in the same one then. Alright, so half, 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4. There we go. Let's try that then. Let me just catch up with the chat a minute while I have my drink. Let's catch up. Night, Jimbo. Right, okay. So apologies, I missed a chunk of chat there. Resonator saying measure resistors around that coil. It sounds like lack of decoupling or incorrect bias on one of the transistors. Motorboating. Could be a bad resistor, David's saying. It could be, yeah. I think we just said about biasing, it could well be. You know the tune. Turn off all the stuff you're not using, you silly bugger, yeah. Slurping tea, I've had me tea. What are them little coloured grabby things called? I could use some of them. I don't know what you call them. I bought them on eBay, Nathan. Tea and custard creams. You gotta love the custard creams. I do tend to bite the top off though, then eat all the cream and then eat the bottom bit. I shouldn't eat them anyway because I'm not allowed, but there you go. Evening Keith, how are you? Does a service manual given us... No. They've just got these big stickers on them, Doug, basically saying that they're not to be touched at all, and you've got to return them to the... You've got to return them to Roberts for... if it'll focus. Come on, focus. Come on, focus. Focus. No. Focus. No, it's not going to focus. It's too close in. But basically, it tells you to, under no circumstances should any attempt be made to service this module. In the event of failure, please return the complete unit to us for replacement. And Mr. Cody's did that, and they never gave him a replacement. Right. I think I'm up. I'm up. Afternoon, Dave. How are you? Dave Rhodes. Afternoon, George. It could be knackered. It is knackered. It's just something. It's something niggly. It could just be alignment, but I think there's something further astray on that. And as I say, I have changed a lot of it. I'll get it underneath the camera so you can have a look. Just get it underneath the camera. So yeah, that's the module that I've restored. So you can see I've changed, all the electrolytics are done. The transistors, I've taken this one out because this area seemed to be the center of the problem. If I touch my fingers underneath this section, the distortion would go away. So, and if you notice, this here was the core that I was turning or altering to stop the distortion, and that was working. Because it's not really that distorted on FM. It's fine now. I put that capacitor back in, but it's AM that the distortion appears. So I mean, it could be a combination of a number of things. We've got some resistors here. I did check some of these. I didn't pull them. I just checked them when I pulled other components out, and they all seem to measure fine. That 47 picofarad down there is reading about, I can't remember, it's gone low, I think. It's reading about 45, but it's not neither here nor there. Yeah, the only tropical fish I haven't done is this one, and I have measured this one, and it measures fine. There's two horrible caps down in this section. You can see I put some ceramics in there. Hey, thank you, Mike. Christmas bones for the doggies. I don't think we've got them a stocking yet either. We normally get them a little stocking each for Christmas. They go mental. So, you know, really we're down to either an issue with one of the cores or one of the transformers, or resistors, or some of these small low value capacitors. And I've pulled two so far, and they both check out okay. So that's going to be a work in progress. It's going to take too long to try and fault find this any further now. Like I say, I've spent a good few hours on that. Have I never come across a bucket of Mullard modules in those auctions? No, I haven't. So Rajendra's saying it appears to be a transistor-related problem or a decoupling cap. Afternoon, Dave. It's just my finger putting a bit of capacitance or resistance into the circuit, I think, Sean, that's causing it to sort of rectify itself a little bit. So like people said, it could be a number of things. I mean, it could be one of these transistors is a bit noisy. You know, maybe changing the transistors for something different would do it. But as I say, it's a little bit of a bridge too far, really, for the live stream anyway. I may have another look at it in the week and connect it up and see what I can do with it. But let's see what this sounds like now. After changing electrolytic caps, sometimes, yeah, AGC's working, resonator. It's a fine on FM. It's AM really that's the issue. It's a little bit noisy on FM, but AM is the problem. Yeah, that's interesting, Rajendra. After changing electrolytic caps, sometimes a decoupling capacitor has to be added on the power tracks. Yeah, we had that problem with with that heart thing that we did that time that Derek sent in. That was a bit of a headache. Afternoon, Amin. How are you? So I've got a big note on my pad to check AFC operation, and AFC does seem to be fine on it. Okay, let's try this yet again. It'd be nice if we could find a decent quality hookup clips, whatever they're called. So I'm hooking it back up again for the about 50th time. So let's see if that discriminator core has made any difference or made it actually not work now. It's strange that the core's missing. It's like someone's taken it out because it was a problem. So probably introduced a problem by putting the core back in now, but you know, it's all fun. As I say, I need to move the repair on a bit really, because it is a restoration for a customer, this, so I can't really afford to spend too much time messing about with it. I say I like to do my own bits and pieces on a Sunday, really. But I know this is of interest, so I thought we'd dig it back out again. Save me a bit of time in the week. Right, fire in the hole, and let's see if that's made any difference to FM.
You need to keep using sanitizer in shops. Keep veering my feet covering. Keep making space at the spill gates. And now we're indoors now.
Well, I think it doesn't look too much of a problem. She could certainly get it mopping off the top foot or the end foot of each.
Sketches and seasonal poetry, and as luck would have it, it's all looking a lot like Christmas.
It doesn't quite sound right.
And it's taking place at St Paul's Church, affectionately known as the Actors' Church in the heart of Covent Garden. And it's going to premiere online for free on the Don Mars YouTube channel on Wednesday evening, and it boasts an all-star cast,
right now,
including Minnie Driver.
My mum often has cacti, and she tucking into our Christmas roast. There's going to be some people out on the hunt.
That's better.
Not being finished by. That looks like it wants to escape from.
Oh, we're there.
So I think it's probably time to get some.
I just had to adjust that a bit because it was cutting the signal out.
Matt, do you recognise the species? Well, you know, as far as identifying it's concerned, I have to say that I have no idea. I tried and I've looked. Doesn't seem to be particularly spiny. I suspect it's regular cacti, but just not used to seeing it lying down. I would pot it into a pot just one size larger, like Christine says, and use gritty compost. You know, something like John in his #1 loam-based compost with 20 to 30% added grit, really nice and gritty. But I think with a lot of care you'll be able to repot that. And
apologies. So something's interfering. So we've got something interfering with medium wave, but that is working. Thank God for that. So we pinched a discriminator core out of this one. So I'll have to make a note really somewhere on here that this is 4 turns discriminator core, because this is possibly a usable module. Four turns. Right. This one is distortion on AM, and this one is now fine, with a little tweak of the discriminator. It was about a turn out from the other module, but I suppose this is why you've got adjustments on them, because no two modules will be exactly the same. So these would have had to be set up on the assembly line, I thought. There we are. Well, at least we haven't had to take that in and out of the radio a dozen times like you would do if you didn't have a Frankenstein. So as I said before, this is just got all the module wires. Instead of them going to the module, they're going out. So, are you talking to me, Car? You talking to me? Oh, all right. Car's taking the doggies out. We've had a donation for doggy bones. So yeah, that's Mr. Frankenstein's R707, or Radiocruncher's Frankenstein R707, and I've got the same for an R600 as well. Okay, whew. I'm glad that's sorted. As I say, shame that we haven't done that other one, but right, I need to check the legs on this because that one seems a bit wibbly wobbly. So get the old goggles on. Afternoon, Paddy, how are you? Right. Let's just quickly go over this, make sure we got no dry joints. Yeah, that one is. In that one. There's my pliers. Try and get them in some sort of usable state before I solder them, so I don't have to keep bending them about after we've tidied them up. You can hear that the dogs are going out for a walk. Maddie is just absolutely mental at the moment. I don't know what the hell's the matter with her. I think it's the whole Christmas thing. It's too much for her. All the decorations and everything. She can't cope. Yeah, we got some real wibbly wobbly ones. That one really is wobbly. Right. Where's my soldering iron? So I'm just going to go over and solder all these pin contacts because they're not great. Can I get this out? Because I need to just get the extractor on. So it is a good idea to do this when you're doing one of these modules. Just go over the pins and resolder them. Don't go mental, but because again, you don't want to be spending too much dwell time on this board because all the tracks will lift. Okay, so that extractor works quite well. You see it pulling the smoke away. Noisy, but and it's blowing all my post-it notes everywhere. Hi Vadir, how are you? Happy Christmas to you as well. Valdir, sorry. This part is the IF module in a Roberts radio. I mean, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can show you the schematic. Might give you a bit better idea. We want the R707, so that's the R707 manual. And that's the Mallard. Let's take that off. Yeah, so I should have really covered this at the start, shouldn't I, really? So this is the radio it's out of, I mean. And there's a layout. So you can see that this is where the module sits in the radio. So this is the IF stages for FM and AM. But the first IF is in this other module, but this is mainly the IF for FM and AM. And that's the circuit, so you can see if I go in a bit closer. So this is the VHF front end. The AM front end is down here. And this is the IF. So this is the cam that we've actually got out at the moment. I've written all these. Let's just go in a little bit closer. I've written all these pinouts on my book to sort of help me fault finding with it. But to some of these, I couldn't work out what they actually did. 11 is the signal in, switching between AM and FM. 12 and 13 are linked and then switched out. 14 looks to be a ground. 15 is switched as well. And 17 comes down and goes back into T3. So yeah, I was just wondering what all of these pins did, trying to work it out for myself, but I got about 2/3 of the way through it and give up again. But there you are. That's what we're looking at, and the inside of this module with the schematic is here. So this is what we're looking at. That's what you saw under the camera just now. And we've just put the core back in this one, T10, which is the FM discriminator. And that's the circuit for it. So I just get rid of me. Let's make this a bit bigger. Too big. Yeah, so say signal coming in is definitely number 11, pin 11, pin 15, Well, for some reason it's just looks like a bias for this, but I don't know why it comes out, whether something affects the bias for this. Maybe it switches a different bias in for AM and FM, I'm not sure. So yeah, anybody got any ideas on what those pins are? I'd be interested to know. And it doesn't tell you down here, it just gives you the pin out. So it's all the pins down this side really. All of these have already been sort of worked out. It's easy enough to see what they are. I mean, that's really the side that we're worried about if we're looking at a dodgy module. But it's useful to know how to hook it up. As Darren did recently in one of his videos, he hooked, I don't think it was this one, it was something very similar. I think it was a 1165. He hooked up outside the circuit. So there you are. Let's get you off of that. Back onto the bench. Hopefully that give you a bit of an insight there. I mean, which one? You need the circuit of the ICF SW7600. Somebody give me, please. Valdir, yeah, Andrew's just said there is a few different ones. If it's just the basic 7600, then you can find that online. Let's have a quick look. Can we go to... Welcome guest. Why won't it let me sign in then? Unusual. Welcome guest. There we go. PZF9D. Oop. Okay, let's go back to screen cap again. So, Valdir, if you look here, this site Electrotania. If you can see my screen, I think you can. Yep, Electrotania. So if we put in there ICF, I think it's is it SW7600? No, okay. So ICF. There you go. So Electrotania have got that manual look, so you need to type in Electrotania. If you go down to here, we've got SW7600, which isn't the G or the GR or the whatever other ones they are. Just click on that. Hit the download button. I'm a member of this, so I can download it. In fact, I've already downloaded it by the looks of it. And there you are. One schematic. But as I say, I can't give you that manual. You'll need to go in and download it yourself from that site. So hopefully that's helped you. Onwards. Have I missed anything? It's a Brymar Volvo Vivaro van parked in our road. Ha! That is cool. Go and ask him for some Volvs, Tony. Tell him we need some Volvs. The ones spelt with an O, not an A. Volvs. Tell him we want them. Right, okay. That's enough messing. Let's crack on. Onwards and upwards. We're going to be cracking a can of Purity in a minute, I think, or a bottle. Yeah, we're at the bottom. I can see the bottom of the mug. Looks like Father Christmas's lights have gone off for some reason. Right. We need to find the can to go back with this one. So we need that one. That one. Let's just get that back in. Hopefully you can see what I'm up to. Going to bend that tab there back over, which is got a big blob of solder on it, so it won't let me do that. So it's weird using a different soldering iron again. So I'm just going to solder that back in. Now, little I've banged on about this before, but I'm wondering what this little thing is. Now, it's a capacitor of some description. Let me just go to the overhead camera a minute. Now, Roberts have printed on this board, if I can. So it needs to be over here somewhere. Yeah, there we go. So Roberts have actually printed onto the circuit board this capacitor. So we've got a gap in between. This goes nowhere. There's no components on the other side of the board. It's absolutely blank. There's nothing there. I thought it was connected to one of the transistor legs, but it's it really is pretty much in the middle of nowhere. But it couples back in to a resistor and into the back of TR1. And when you put the bottom on, this little bit of waxed paper, that is still visible. And when you click the bottom on, that is still visible. So that must be some sort of test point. Now, I don't know if it's accessible through the radio chassis. Yes, it is. Okay. So if I get you to the main camera, so you can see there's a little label over that. So whether that is some way that they can inject a signal into it, or they can measure something on a scope there. I don't know. I mean, it would be difficult to get to because you've got the switch bank in front of that. But whether there's, I don't think there's a hole in the switch bank. I don't know what I've done with the switch bank now. Where's the switch bank? Switch bank, come on. There. Yeah. See, there is a hole in the switch bank as well. So that must be some sort of test point. So they must have somehow connected something into that. Anybody got any ideas what that might have been? It must have been a test point for something. But again, there's no service information available for these modules. But they're obviously able to test them in situ through that hole. Interesting. Right, why won't that fit on there? Go here. There we are. So you can see the label on the top. So no touchy. I mean, it's saying new Sony's got two problems. Can't deal with the sun. Yeah, I would suggest that as well, Doug. It would need to have a pretty long probe to go through all the different layers. But the fact they've stuck a sticker over the circuit board, it sort of indicates that it's been checked before the switch bank's gone in, perhaps. I don't know. It's a bit of a mystery, that. I've always wondered what that was. Anyway, let's get on. No, there's nothing, Rich. There is some information, but it's not really service information as such. You know, there is some sort of manuals for the Mullog, but it doesn't tell you how to align them or anything. It doesn't tell you a lot at all. Okay, so we've got to get this back in the radio now. So this is a mean feat in itself. Let's make sure my switch bank is still operational. I said to you the other day I have had to rebuild this switch bank. That is working nicely. So again, this is a tricky bit. It's getting all these legs lined up and pushed through the holes. Basically, I think the idea is not to ever bother doing one of these. I think there's a few people in here that might agree with that. Just, you know. It's a lot of hassle doing one of these modules, but it can be done. You just need nerves of steel and some beer. Beer helps. Right, let's see if the module will go back in. Oh, nearly. Nearly went in first time. Not quite. How many legs have we got in there? We've got all of that side. 3 of these, and the last 2 are being a pain. No surprise there then. Let me go and get my little hooky thing a minute. I'll be back. It's my little sort of dental pick is what I'm after when I said little hooky thing. I wonder where he is. There he is. Okay. So no matter how well you line these legs up, you will always get a couple that won't go in. There she goes. Get some of these legs bent over quick before they decide differently. There we go. Right. Let's get the old goggles on again so I can see what I'm up to. Now we've got to bend all these legs very carefully back into place. Got loads of other spaghetti everywhere. It's a hell of a mess, isn't it? It's winter in New Delhi, Rajendra, is it? Mind you, your winter's probably warmer than our summer, I expect. So look, that one goes down there, that one goes over to there. Which isn't great because it's got a bit of pad missing. Not my doing. That's those done. Now these. If you want to get a bit better look at what I'm doing. So what I'm doing is just bending these legs down onto the pads, ready for soldering. There we are. I've bent the other ones down over the other side. All done. Southern Brazil winter is very cool. Where are you from, Valdir? You'll have to let us know how you get on with your radio once you get the service manual downloaded. Okay, so I'm going to pop a bit of flux here. Because boards are horrible. Anything we can do to help. The soldering process is good. There are little legs to stick on here as well, but get the main ones soldered up first. Gets off. Let's get the extractor in again. Don't really want to be breathing all that lot in. So these, you don't want to be dwelling too long on these because they love to lift, these pads. In and out. Well, that's those done. Hi Jess, how are you? It's going okay at the moment. Now why am I looking in there for those? I need the bits for the R707, which is here. I've got various radios on the go at the moment, as you all know. See if I can move a few of them on a bit closer, it helps. Everyone loves an R707 restoration. Apart from the poor sod who's got to actually do it. I do like these. I do like these radios, I must admit. I'm a sort of glutton for punishment, aren't I, really? It does kick out some bass, these, Jess, once it's back in the case. They are over the top bassy. The bass goes into distortion quite easily on these. But it's got a very wide range in tone controls on these, which is what makes them very popular. Because you can pretty much adapt them to how you want the sound, really. That's getting a little bit closer. It's a Christmas music on. It is. I don't think it's strong enough to break through my audio, though. I think Theo was it Theo was saying that the other day? It's not strong enough to break through my audio. So I've got to reuse these. So what I'm doing, I'm just straightening up the legs here at the moment. These are the little pins that's got to come up through the switchboard. My finger is very sore through touching the soldering iron at 350 degrees earlier on. I got it underneath the sink pretty quick, so it hasn't blistered, but it's still pretty sore on the end. Not recommended, that. Did sting a little bit. And now the soldering iron's fought back and decided that it doesn't want to work, so I've got to take the handpiece apart again. My fault, really. I need to get a new bit for that. But again, everything costs, doesn't it, these days? I think a new cartridge for that one's about 17 quid. Plus the VAT, the dreaded VAT at 20%. Hopefully that's coming through the audio. Let me do all of the fussing and stressing, Theo. You were fussing over my audio. Trying to get the best audio quality for Sean, weren't you, Theo? He was trying to get the best audio quality for Mr. Man Cave himself. Right, let's turn that down a fraction. So I'm going to pop a little bit of flux on each of these. not flooding it because I don't want it to go down into the module really. So now we've got to attach these wires. That's one. Oh, it's the wrong way around. Oh. So you've done all your Christmas shopping then? Everyone's sorted and ready? I still haven't done any cards yet. I haven't got any Radiocruncher cards this year. I've left it too late, unfortunately. So I will try and get some normal ones out if I can. There we go. Okay. So you need to get them sort of fairly level because they've got to poke up through the holes in the board. Doing, 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 doing. Right, everything's attached. Right, switchboard. Now this is a real pain. These are. It's not too bad with this one. It's worse on the R600, but the switchboard's got to go on. Let's get you in on the other camera now. So basically, got to put the switchboard back in now. And that sits on two little pegs, and you've got to bend the tabs to lock it in, which is not great, not a good idea really, but you know, that's how Roberts did it. So there we are, that's a switch panel back in. And it does pay you to just try the top panel back in and now, just to make sure that these switches are not at some funny angle and suddenly going to start binding up. No, they're good. It's not very good, is it? I mean, there's a lot of movement on that. It won't be once I've soldered all the wires back, which is check that once more. Let's go very slightly there. So I'm going to solder the module pins in first, and that'll pretty much lock it in place. Turn the lovely music down again a minute. Tell you what, I'm making this look very difficult. Well, there's one. It's because the light's not in here. That's better. Two, if I can get him in. Gets back in there. He was in then just now. Three. Okay, there they all are, little monkeys. All poking through, so what I want to do is just a little bit of flux on. I've cleaned the hell out of this board. You'll never see another switchboard that's this clean, I'll tell you. So let's just zoom you in a little bit. So what I want to do is just tack one to start with. Then we can adjust the top panel, so it wants to come down ever so slightly. So I'm just going to put a little bit of pressure on that. About there. A fraction more. Absolutely bang on. Right, okay. So I can go and solder the rest of them now. We'll just touch that last one up again at the end. There we are. That's the module wires all fitted back. So that board is now rigid. That's going nowhere. You've sorted the download, Valdir. Excellent. Well done, mate. Glad to be of assistance. I've still got my 7600 to fault find. That's doing some weird stuff. I've got to get to grips with that at some stage. So many things, so little time. Okay. So there should be two resistors in here. That's one. And that one. They're both the same value. I think they are red, red, orange. Yes. That one's not looking too healthy though. Red, red, orange. I'm going to cheat again. 22k. See if I've got any 22k resistors knocking about. 220, 220. Uh, 3.32k. It's going to be in here if I've got any. I haven't got any. Typical, isn't it? I'm sure I've probably ordered some. There's none there anyway. Let me just have a search for some 22Ks. Hi Andy, how are you? Andy Tobin? Yes, I've got some. I knew I would. Just finding the things, isn't it? Let's just pull this back now. Oh, I only had a face full of capacitors. Afternoon, Patrick, how are you? Should be very soon. I've got some gloves now, Patrick. Courtesy of Mr. Man Cave. Okay. I've got to take this thing off, it's too hot. Got 15 meters of Chemtronics solar whip from Germany. Pressy from the... Oh, very nice, Pressy. That's good. 15 meters, that should last you a while, Mike. Okay, I'm just trying to find my manual. We've got to try and fathom out where the hell all these wires go to now. This is always a fun bit. I can't remember if I actually took pictures of this. I'm hoping I did. I'm hoping I did, but I might not have done. Rush, rush, rush. This is the problem, isn't it? Less haste, more speed, I think is the saying, isn't it? Let's put these roughly where I think they go, and then we'll... I will try and verify it in a minute. These are a horrible radio to work on, I must admit. But it's so worth it once they're done. Right, I think that's correct. I've got one out of a case here I can just whip out and have a look at. Ow. Ow. That was the battery tray hitting my knee. So we got one I prepared earlier, look. Right, okay, so I can see an obvious mistake I've made there already. Let's just take that out. I thought my resistors didn't look quite right. Okay. I've now got a chassis of an R707 stuck to my soldering iron. Right, how are we doing? Yeah, you can roughly see what I'm up to. I'm just putting some capacitors, some resistors in the other side. Glad I cut my nails. Derek, how you doing? There's still a problem with the module. I recapped the module. It already had some AF11127 transistors in it, but we've got distortion on AM, which is a bit bizarre. But a little bit on FM, but mostly AM, so it could be alignment. But I seem to think it might be something a bit more sinister than that. But so I'm just doing these resistors. I've just put new ones in because the old ones got beat up a little bit. It goes there. So that goes up to there. So I put a new resistor in when I did the switchboard, but I put it back in the wrong hole. Goes there. The blue one goes in there. Again, you want to make sure you're not under any pressure. You don't want to be pulling this downwards because you'll mess up those push buttons on the dial plate again. Anybody have a good clear service manual schematic for the version 4 Uniden Madison? Where have you looked, Andy? Yeah, I think that'll come, Mike. As I say, we've got distortion. I've certainly pulled the one I thought might be causing the issue. But turns out it wasn't that one. Okay, so I'm happy that they're good. They're good to go. Let's just solder them up. Doesn't taste very good. There we go, that's that side done. So we now need to do the front piece. So we've got it is like a rat's nest of wires, isn't it? It really is. Trouble is those tweezers aren't good enough. You've got to use the old forceps for these. They need a bit of forcing with the forceps. Cool, this one's had a bit of damage. The butchers have been on that. So it's the purple one connected to there as well. I like to push them both up through the same hole. Roberts just dropped the purple one on top there, but hopefully you can see what I'm up to, people. Okay, I've got them the wrong way around to start with, I think. Yeah, this is a problem. They use a lot of just bare wires without any color code, just to make it that little bit more difficult. They certainly never wanted you ever touching these things, did they? No, let's go into the next one. I've got loads of photos of these, but when I've got a radio right beside me that's exactly the same, it's easier to just do it like this, isn't it, really? So this was absolutely dead as a dodo when we first tried this radio. So fingers crossed. I mean, there is other issues with the radio. It's not just the module, but it is the majority of the issue is the module. white. Yellow. And the grey from over there, which has got a nicely burnt back bit of insulation. Snip that off. Then we've got that one. Okay, I've got was one out there. Pretty close though. It's pretty close for a guess. Okay, so let's fix. So someone's pinched an IF can or a can out of this one. Oh, that might be me actually. I've pinched that one to fix another radio, I think. Oh well. This is it, the sacrificial radios. Let's solder those up a minute while I'm at it. Actually, no. Let's get another beer. Let's get one of these from Tony out. What have we got? Ubu. Pure Ubu from Tony. You love my work and the sweetest smell of germanium. You can't beat the smell of cooking germanium in the morning. So thanks again for these very nice beers, Tony. Much appreciated. We're going in with the pure Ubu. These will last me a few weeks, they will. They're pretty much the same layout. There's a slight bit of difference between the older type and the newer type, Brett. So the ones with the Roberts logo in the middle and the ones with the Roberts logo to the left-hand side, you might find there's a slight difference in the wiring colours. But basically they do go roughly in the same place. But yes, I think if you ask most people, they'll say you're a very brave man, Brett. I expect Andrew's still in here. Andrew probably he's blindfolded. He's just listening, I expect, because he won't want to watch it. Mr. Andrew Elsver. Yeah. Cheers, Tony. Very nice, mate. Oh. Right. A little bit of the Fluxaroonie on them. And really, the radio side-by-side will just save you taking photos, Brett, to be honest. If you take good photos, you won't need a radio beside you. I'm just being lazy, really. Not lazy as such, just saving a bit of time. Right, we're getting there. We are getting there. So I wonder how far down that thing is. Yes, you could definitely reach down in through there to possibly get a scope probe or something. You'd have to go at a funny angle though. It's not directly in line, but you know, obviously that is what that hole is for, so as they can test those modules somehow. Be interesting to actually peel that label off on one maybe and stick a scope in it, just to see what it looks like on the scope. Be interesting. Might do that. Let's move that out of the way because it's interfering with my beer. You also want a drink of the beer? No problem, Valdia. It's going to take you a while to get here, but you can have a sip by all means. Right, we're looking good. So we've only got these mess of edge wires left to do now. This is a higgledy-piggledy bit as well. It's so easy to miss one of these wires off or getting it in the wrong place. So let's have a little look-see. So I've got to just wick that out of there. And our grey earth wire goes into there. Cobra's good. Same rupees as a small bag of rice. Well, so it's basically food or beer then, pretty much. It's got to be food then, isn't it? So green next. White orange. Just bending over each pin as it goes in. Just stop it popping out again. Now we've got this wire. Then we've got yellow. Then we've got another grey. A grey for grey. Then we've got our purple and our capacitor leg. So the purple is the antenna wire. I think this is who was it had a problem with that and was asking me where it went. I think it was Mr. Spanky was asking where that went, because someone had botched his in a totally different place. God only knows what they were thinking really, but you know, see, they were quite happy at the time when they did it. Will that go up through the same hole or not? Yes. And the last one is the wire off of this pin. There we are, all ready to rewire. Okay. Back on with the old fan extractor. Again, you've got to watch your dwell time on these because the pads are stuck with butter almost. It's shocking they are. Right, let's snip off some of the excess legs. There, module's back in. What I must do is just stick a label on it that it's been refurbished, so as someone doesn't have to go to the effort of taking it out if the radio stops working. It's unlikely that the module would go again anytime soon. Where's my stickers gone then? Always the same, isn't it? When you want something, you can never find it. Everyone but. Huh. Where on earth have they gone then? Oh well, I'll have to stick one on before I put it all back together. Right, I suppose what we need to do at this stage is see if it's working. Now, let me have a look here. So we've got that cobbled together. I think I bridged that out, didn't I? Oh God. The state of this lot. So that doesn't need to go on, that's just the area. We can clip onto that with that one. I'll just stick the dial plate back on, shall I, or shan't I? Let's just stick the dial plate on temporarily. All these wires are going to need doing. Yeah, see, someone's definitely been in here before. Because shocking what I've just seen. I didn't notice this before, but somebody's actually written on the back of the dial plate. Can you see that? Someone's written red GB and I think it's O. So someone's actually written on the back of the dial plate where the wires go. That's a bit dodgy. Got to be brave. So it's green and black. I don't want to put the dial plate back in yet because I'm going to want to polish that. Sounds like the doggies are getting a treat. God, that wire is pretty bad. That should be enough anyway. Right. That's that. I'll have to stay like that for a minute. So that's our power, and there's our speaker. Let's get our test speaker up again, wherever that was, one of these. Right, there it goes then. Has all this been worth doing, or have we back to square one? Have I just spoken too soon? Have I just jinxed that? I've just jinxed that now. Oh dear. It'd be nice to have a bit of luck, wouldn't it? Let's have a bit of luck. Shouldn't be luck really. It won't be luck if that lot shorts out on there. So just hooking up some test leads temporarily. I've got an aerial hooked up. Let's see if I can get this. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's okay. That's just the FM. So let's stick that underneath there. That round that way. I haven't screwed the transistors back on yet, but that's not an issue. Right, fire in the hole then.
So what we need is movement.
You! What have you downloaded? What have you streamed? What have you heard the most on the radio this week between now and 7? We're going to find out. Now, last Sunday...
Look at that drive again. Exodus Packer really going to town on Glasgow.
Oh, Sam Simmons drives that over the halfway line. Ball's on the ground now.
Right there.
That's bass.
Well, it's slow ball now because it's stationary. It's a pity.
To Hepburn. God, he breaks through 2 tackles. He's still going. He's got Dave Ewers as a latch on support there.
Again, another slow ruck, and it's the caterpillar ruck that we don't like.
And a 19-year-old. A group of walkers has been rescued in the Lake District, as well as jazz to lighten your heart.
The scientists who led the development of the
Final minute.
Some extra in there, and of course Mariah. But starting things off, a name you might not know, Shane Codd. You'll know the song though, it's absolutely everywhere. So Shane is 23, he's a student from Ireland, and he is smashing it with his first song in the UK charts. Get Out My Head was last week's number 5.
Will be felt greatly in the community and beyond. Ministers are being warned against easing coronavirus restrictions.
That's shortwave, I think, the next one, isn't it? Yeah, shortwave, medium wave. Long wave.
To literary fame in the early 2000s with his New York set novels Motherless Brooklyn and The Fortress of Solitude. Returning to America's East Coast, his latest novel, The Arrest, centers on a group of...
Whoa! We are good to go. That is a relief. When you do that much hassle, intricate work to a radio, it's a real seat of your pants job, really, whether it's going to work or not. I had every faith, though, didn't you? So, next we've got to do a recap. Because, as I say, this is not my radio. This has actually already been bought, so it's been bought and paid for. So we need to get all the caps done in it. There's no point sending this radio out with dodgy caps. It means we're going to have to do the quiescent current and midpoint on the amplifier. Still quite a lot of work, and that's without all the cosmetic work it's going to need. So say we need to polish the dial plate. That's got to be polished up with some plastic cleaner, plastic polish. I've got to strip and refinish the side cheeks, the teak on the sides. That's got to be done. So still a long way off yet, but at least the module's done, which is the hardest thing of all. So let me just catch up on the chat a minute. Still haven't got a knob washer. Apparently they've got them in Aldi, George. They've got ultrasonic cleaners in Aldi at the moment for 20 odd quid, I think. So I forgot, actually. Magic smoke. Thank you for your prayers, Sarah. I mean, it certainly worked. If only Mr. Radiocruncher could subtitle in Hindi, it would bring joy to many Indian man for education. Yeah, I'm really not sure how the subtitle thing works in different languages. I think once you get to a certain standing in YouTube, they automatically translate it into different languages. But I think the only way to get it into different languages is for someone to physically translate it. So yeah, unfortunately that's the only way to do it, is to get someone to do a translation, I think. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, that is a relief, though. I'm just catching up here. George wants to chuck it on a wood burner by the sound of it. A true test of courage. Especially live, Andrew. But, yeah. Right, I think I've caught up with everything. Yeah, I will have to go and get one, George, I think. I'm trying to think what if I've got to go in town next week. Into the big city. Right. Caps time then. In here we've got some rather nice Philips caps, but sadly they are past their best now. This radio would be somewhere around about 1969, 1970. So what's that, 50 years old, isn't it? Is that right? Yeah, 50 years old, look. So they were never expected to last that long. And there's this Elka mode, which is very strangely stuck in there. It's a bit of a surprise cap, that one. So this is the main amplifier section where all the problem caps are. If we look at this board, we see that cap in there. That's just a normal Philips, but for some bizarre reason they've chucked an Elka mode in that, which is that red thing, and they are pretty bad. Certainly won't be restuffing that one. Okay, so all the negatives are this way. We've got 400, a 250, I think this was a 600, or was that a 600? I'm not sure. So there's quite a lot of caps in this section because this is the amplifier, so this is what we're going to get out next. Alright George, yeah, I'll have to get in there, mate. Electric opening for restuffing. What? It was just girly work for Graham doing that module. Done so many. Yeah, I have done a fair few, Theo. I've lost track. I mean, you can see how many I've done by the amount of AF11 series transistors I've got up there. I've got an endless supply. And interestingly, we've got an RS branded cap stuck in there. Look at that grey one. You see that grey one? I don't know if it'll focus. Yeah, you can just see that grey RS branded cap in here, look. I should have probably done that one before I put the module back in, really. It's a lot easier when the module's out, but I always forget. So there you are. So this is first. I'll zoom out a little bit. I just wanted to zoom in. You can see the amount of caps in here. These ones at the back are very tricky to get at, these two. They're a pain, and so is the ones down here underneath the output transistors. They're all a pain. The easier ones are here, up on this edge, but these ones in this back area are a pain in the neck to get at, so I'll probably have to get my head down and get those done, but let's do it. Let's get in there. Come on. Thank you. You've got to be so careful with these tracks. I mean, I'm surprised we haven't lifted one already, to be honest. Not that I'm being heavy-handed with it, but they're just so fragile. So 400 and 250, and this one's 250. So 400, 250, 250. Now this one's joined with all these red wires as well. So we need to get them out the way first. Well, this is where you do your... Come on, get off. Okay. Let's give that a bit of a clean off. Get rid of some of the ancient 50-year-old flux lurking on the board, which is a lot of. Done with my little flux brush. Where's my little flux brush? I don't know. It's better. Smell bingo. Just to recap what it's recapping. Replacing electrolytic capacitors. Okay. So it's going to pay us to do this one as well while those other ones are out the way. We can find them, so that's the... yeah, it's in there. Elka mode. Why have they put an Elka mode? I don't think I've seen an Elka mode in one of these before. Could be a limited edition with extra rubbish caps just to offset the pain of the module. Okay, so it's positive to the right on that one. I think, yeah, negative to the left. So positive to the right. As I say, I've got another radio here on my, I suppose. Elka mode. I think that's 100, isn't it? Yeah, 100 microfarads, 6 volts. So let's get some caps out. So we need 100. I do need to get some smaller value 100 ones. I went and got 25 volt ones, which is good for the size. And what did I say? Yeah, we got two 250s. So they're going to have 330s in, I think. 250s. And what's the other one? A 400, so 470. It looks like I'm nearly out of 330s. Plenty of jack-on 330s. Unusual. $47. What are we going to do there then? Or are we going to stick radials in there? So we've got 470. What voltage are they? 10 volts, 400. and 15 volts, the 250s. 220. Or would 330 be better? I think it's going to be 330 jack-ons, you know. Jack-on. Keep them all axial, it looks nicer. These are 105 degree rated. I think it's supposed to be RS Pro, but they're oh, that's wrong. It's that way now. What's that, Rich? Hunts are pretty bad. Okay, that's good. Spend this one the same. What are we arguing about now? You're doing capacitor changing a lot. Micro ammeter, that's probably the best way to do it, actually. Yeah, they were everywhere, Daniel. Absolutely everywhere. They were in the Roberts R707s. I'm sure they're in most things, really. Very popular back in the day. The Wonder Cap. Right, let's get those in quick before they move. Come over here a bit further. Still a rat's nest, isn't it? In the daytime, it is night time now, so soon to bed. You have to open shop before 7 AM, otherwise heat is too much for people. Turn some of this noise off. Well, thank you for popping in again. Anyway, I'm in. Amin or Amin? Nice and neat. And then we've got a 400 at 10 volts. So we're going to go with a 470 at 25 volts. Only just fits in there, look. Shall I line it? I'll line it up with the front there, look. Ah, I would if I didn't drop it on the floor, that was. Excuse me. It's getting cold here now. Thermometer's showing only 25 C. Only 25 degrees at night. Mine's 24 degrees C in this room now, which is pretty hot for us. That's height of summer temperatures for us, I mean. So is your shop a radio repair shop, I mean? $10 p.m. there, is it? Well, it's dark here, and it's at 4:30 p.m. 4:30. So you are 5.5 hours in front. Right. Forgot which one was which now. So it's got to be a negative to the right, surely. You can never tell on these radios. Yeah, negative to the right. Right, we'll do these 4, and then we'll have a break for some capacitor bingo. Let's see what these are actually like, including our lovely alka mode. feels loose, that. Right. A lot of people, when they do videos, they fast forward through the recapping bit, don't they? But I actually quite like watching stuff being recapped. I don't know why, but I don't know. I actually quite like it. Right. So you know the caps that we've got here. We've got a 100, two 250s and a 400. So we're going to go with a 100 first. So Volve radios. You also do transistor radios. Well, I must get another Volve radio up on the bench. We've still got plenty of time left yet. So right. So we're going to check the capacitance and ESR of these capacitors that I've just taken out on the ESR meter. So first up then, we've got 100 microfarads. So place your bets as to what this is going to be. Now this is our TCC Elka mode. It doesn't actually say it's Elka mode, it just says British made, but it is an Elka mode, definitely. 100 microfarads then. Hi Simon, how are you? I don't think I said hello, and apologies to anybody else I've missed. I have my head down recapping. Your wife has bought you a glass of a nice mango lassi to cool down. Even though it is winter, it's still hot sun. Whoa. You fell off what, Sean? Most people have Volve radios at home, but cheap transistor radio shop and to carry. All right, so a lot of people in India still use the Volve radios. I mean, they have got an amazing sound, I must admit, and it's good to hear stuff like that. It's different how different cultures have different things, isn't it? Younger people spending all the time on the internet watching YouTube or Facebook and no time for serious listening for education. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of that goes on. Okay, so what do we think then? Have you all placed your bets? We've got quite a few in there, so here we go then. Oh, yeah, that's got a bit of a high ESR, that. As you heard, it was only one ping, not a double one. So it's gone up 60 microfarads to 160, and it's 2.8 ohms. That's an Elka mode for you. Mike, I can't believe it. You're 0.8 out, Mike. Mr. Racing Demon's bang on the nose. Sounds like it's tough times over there, I mean. You come and see us and we'll keep you company, mate, anyway. So yeah, that was Mr. Racing Demon, absolutely smack on, bang on the money. Right, next. 250. These are these Phillips caps. We can normally get away with leaving these because they would have been plus 50% back in the day. Minus 10, plus 50, I expect. So what do you think on this? And 300 could be. It could be. I've had some pretty shockers in this. Blow it up. No, Harvey. 230. Harvey reckons. No, I mean, you can join us in the live streams. I mean, at the moment we're trying to guess what the value of this capacitor has changed from 250 microfarads, what it's going to be now. There's no prizes for the closest, but it's a good bit of fun. 127, Brett. Hell. It's gone down, you think? Yeah. Sean reckons 300. He could be close. 280 for Doug. What's Mr. Racing Demon's gone 330? Yeah, you never know. Yeah, if you look up on the internet, Peak Electronic Design, there's a variety of these meters, I mean, that are really, really useful for repair work. Especially for transistor radios. There's this one, which it's got 3 wires, so it tests all sorts of components that use 2 or 3 wires. It checks diodes, thyristors, all sorts, and transistors, obviously. And this one, LCR, inductance, capacitance, and resistance. So they do others, but that's the 3 most important ones, really. They do help a tremendous amount. Are we ready then? Let's do it. So this is 250. 292. 292. So that's going to be close to Sean, I think, isn't it? Doug's 280. Sean is only 8 out. Well, 7.5 actually out. Got to be Sean, isn't it? 300. Yes, it's Sean. Avo's very nice stuff. I mean, that's a very nice meter. So there we are. I think that was Sean, Mr. Man Cave himself. The man in the cave. Another 250 then. Another 250. Next up. No one likes a winner. You're in there. 1-1. 1-1 to Sean and Mr. Racing Demon, Mike. $286, $288. They're all going close to the mark. What was the last one? 292, was it? Or 2? I can't remember now. It was too high anyway. 300 Benji, yeah, it's got to be up around there, isn't it? 340 Dave. BMW 325, I know, Simon, I don't see it. Were you thinking 325? 321, Ted Rogers, Dave. I remember that. Dusty Bin. Bit of Dusty Bin. RV saying 270. 288, Theo. That's very precise. Hey, how you doing, Paul? Delayed for me today. Had bench PC in bits and pieces. Really? How are you feeling now, Paul, anyway? You feeling a bit better, mate? You weren't too special the other week, were you? Hopefully you're well on the mend. Are we all done? Oh, hell, that one's close. That's a good cap, that is. Allegedly, 254. Oh, right, I mean. So you're on your daughter's school computer. Ideal. Who was closest to that then? New drugs, different me. Hopefully for the better, Paul. You're not changed into a Jekyll and Hyde or something. 325 Simed 286 Rich. I'm not sure there. Is that Pat's 274? I'm trying to work out where the cutoff was. That's Pat. I think it's Pat, isn't it? Right. Last one for a minute. 400. 400 microfarads. Another Blue Philips. 400. You said 270, Harvey, did you? You probably were closer then. I don't know what Pat said. 274. Yeah, you were closer, Harvey. You got that one then. I lost track of where we left off the last one. Crap caps. Those said you had to give up hackers. The difference now is amazing. Yeah. Just to work your brain more, trying to fathom out the rat's nest of wiring in a Roberts. Is that the case? You weren't taxing your brain enough because the hackers were too easy to service. So the doctor prescribed Roberts. Did he throw in any modules? Did he say do like a module a week? Take one module a week with your breakfast? Oh dear, excellent. Right, 400 then, people. Theo's gone 618. Hell, he's gone big. Four, 3, 5. You're going for all the BMW models, Simon, aren't you? Oh, they do 4 Series though, don't they? You could have had a 4, I don't know, 430, 420. I don't think you get away with an M4. Hackers were released annually in Christmas crackers as puzzles. Oh, you're going to guess 357, I mean. Okay. Oh, you don't do the modern. Okay. The 635 CSI was a lovely motor, though. I nearly bought an 840. I nearly bought an 840, Simon. I actually went to look at one in Taunton when I lived up in Bridgewater. I actually went to look at one, but it needed too much doing to it, unfortunately. I ended up with a, what was it, 325i I ended up with. Here we go then. Oh, he's gone high, that one. He's gone high, that one. 565. ESR's not too bad, though. I've lost track of who that might be. Racing Demon had 680. He was in the ballpark. 476 for Doug. 618. Theo's close with 618. Someone's going to need to do the maths on this because I haven't got my calculator to hand. I mean, 357, no, it's gone high. Hi, Michael, how are you? Keep it nice, Michael, please. How you doing, mate, anyway? Down there in sunny Plymouth. Tracer. I'm trying to think who that was then, who won that. Anyway, let's crack on. They can go in the bin. Oh, got Amiga trying to attack me again. That was you, Theo, was it? Right. Let's get that one off the bench for a minute then. Let's crack on and get some more of these done. So on with the soldering gear again and all the noise. Because there's another troublesome one just here. That's a troublesome one. I'll try and do the harder ones first, I think. Get them out of the way. So still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this area to do. So let's get them taken out. There's one sneaky one on the back of the board as well. Let me just get the camera readjusted. Right, let's get these back ones out. They are tricky to get at because they're right in here. Now I'm going to wait for the desoldering gun to heat up. You Northern Rambler. Where is Victor anyway? Is he in today? I haven't seen Victor. We're getting there. You winner, Theo. Is that the capacitor I've taken out? Yes, it is. And this one over here. This is the problem. They're right tucked in with all these other components. It's difficult to see where the hell they are. Let's take that one out of the way a minute. So I've got to remember that that one's going to the volume pot. Is that it? Yes, it is. Got it. Right, so there's no point putting actuals back in there. So this one is a 2.5. So we've got negative to the right. Hi Tim, how are you? What problem did I find with the module? I haven't got to the bottom of it yet, Tim. Still distorted, although I did get it a lot better by tweaking one of the IF cans. So it needs a bit doing to it still. So I've had to bite the bullet and go with another module. The one that didn't have the what am I trying to say? It didn't have the discriminator core in it, so I've put a discriminator core in there. That's the same. Is that the same? 2.5 negative to the right. So managed to get it working very nicely, Tim. And how are you, mate, anyway? Because you had that bloody COVID thing, didn't you? You feeling better, mate? What's this one? Another 2.5. That's going to need to be an axial one because a radial would be a bit of a stretch there. Wife's still not too good then. .2. Oh, still got microphone, yeah, just yanked me microphone lead then. I want to get this one done at the same time while I'm in here, because I'll forget it else. So it's sat in there. Positive down. Bit of fresh solder. So let's just bend that down there, chop them off a bit. Reminds me there's a bit of solder in there. Where's Michael gone then? Nice one, Tim. Share the plasma. Okay, so that's those 3 tricky little ones done. We've got another 3 here, so let's get them out as well. Come on, get in there. Cool, there you go. That one's a bit of a sticker. He didn't want to come out. Right, this one is a 640, so I normally put one of these Panasonic caps in here. Where are we? 680, there we go. They fit in there quite nicely. .80 at 35 volts, and we've got a 640 at 10 volts coming out, negative to the right. The next puppet show. What are we on about now? Lost me. I'm forgetting my extractor again. Okay, that's that one done. Then we've got a 250 stuck in there with the negative to the front. So the 250 is that one and that one. Dom, how you doing, mate? Sorry, mate, didn't see you pop in there, Dom. Apologies. And have you had your exam results yet, Dom? Is it official? Dom took his intermediate amateur radio license this week. So we're all rooting for him. Right, where's this? Them in lead. Is it the middle one? It's the middle one, it would be, wouldn't it? So I can't actually see now. Let's get my glasses on here. Okay, so there's 3 leads all in the same place there. I've just bent that one over to such a state that it's never going to come out. Derek! Cheers, mate! The old fitness potato. This one's proving difficult. There's three components all soldered on the same solder pad, and just can't get it. I think that's got it. Can't even get the thing out. Ow! Flipping ferrite wants to get me. Okay, so 250, and we've got the positive to the rear. 16 volt, what was the voltage on that one? 16 volt. And a 16 volt. Negative to the front. And we're going to bend him about there. There she is. Whew. Ah. Ha, thanks, Tony. Whooping up the audience, or whipping up the audience. There's that other leg. Okay. And we've got one more tricky one to do in there. Just there. So that is negative forward again, and that is a 10 at 16 volts. Negative to the front. It's going to be easier to put an axial in there. At 25 volts, that'll do. 24. You sent the whole radio back to him. Did Dom reply? I want to know if he got if he actually got an official pass yet. Tweezers, there we are, right in front of your face, Graham. Must be getting late. I can feel that witching hour coming on, people. I start forgetting things. You know what it's like. You've seen it before. I should be able to get the electronics done on this one today, hopefully. What's it now? 5 o'clock. Right, that's all the amplifier caps done. So one more to do then, which is our big RS friend over here. Then we can have a bit of capacitor bingo, and then I can go down and have a chill out with Mrs. Cruncher. I don't think she's opened that port yet. Have I tested the new caps? No. Right, let's have this one out. This is an RS branded, and we got the positive. It's not a very nice RS. This is an ITT cap by the looks of it. It's been branded for RS. And the leg came right off of that. It's inside the desoldering tool. Right. This is a bit tricky now because we've got this whole mother load of wires to work around now. That's why I should have done it really before I put the module back in. But it's okay, we can hopefully work around that. There we are. So negative forward, and that is a 100 at 63 volts. It doesn't need to be 63 volts. And that is a replacement. Ooh, flipping out. Yeah, stuff's starting to get dropped now, people. It's getting to that time. There we are. He's in. He is in. Of course, we have got advent calendars to do yet as well, haven't we? Keep forgetting that. Because we need to test this radio as well. Make sure that recapping it hasn't stopped it working. Which certainly that's happened to me more than once. Including the infamous Mitsubishi pull. Right. Right, there's our caps. I'm going to nip to the loo a minute. It's going to have a quick comfort break. I will see you in a second. Well, a minute or so. Right, let's get back to it then. That Elkamos walked out with me. It must like me so much. It came out to go to the toilet with me. Train brown snake, yeah. 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 You be lucky, Paul. I've got a red light on it, so I know when it's muted. Yeah, you don't want to see one of these. I mean, if you see one, tell them no. Say, nah, sorry, can't fix that. Or charge them big price, very big price, super high price. Right, let's quickly connect it up again then, and I'll stick it in the top there now for a minute because it won't hurt. Right, I've just put this side trims on just to keep the dial plate in place. Let me think, I think the orange was in there. Black. Is in there. Shaking hands with the unemployed. You'll have to charge many rupees, I should think you would. You have a Mrs. whining. Oh, why is that, Dave? Yes. Let's clean up these ends of these wires, they're pretty shocking. Just going to quickly tin these. Tin tin. And I think it was the green. Shaking hands. Too much rum last night, Graham, maybe. Do you think that could be it, Graham? Test speaker. Cool. I know you fell off a chair then. Pull me on a bit. Steady on. Pull me little arm. Okay, right, I think we're good to go. Nothing shorted out anywhere. Let's clip our aerial on for FM. Oh, rolled the chair over the multimeter probe. That's not going to do it a lot of good. Don't know what I decided to go down there for. I'm in the market for some new multimeter probes for my other meter there, really. I have got some, but a bit limited what I can do with them. Right. Fingers crossed. What did you buy on eBay?
Sirens.
Long wave. That's Radio 4 long wave.
Continuously scrolling film.
I remember going hot and cold to the shock.
Bruce Coward from the Ham and High again.
For me, it was one of those sort of 9/11 moments of disbelief. It was horrible. I remember 25 years ago, but I remember exactly where I was standing, right by the machine, the wires. I think it came over the wires, and I just couldn't believe it.
Radio wave.
Their eyes if it was a bit for us as well.
Oh. Oh, wrong aerial. It's over here, isn't it? And FM.
You might think that's a bad thing, but what I see is opportunity, and only about.
No judgment, just understanding. Your GP can refer you for NHS talking therapies, or you can refer yourself online at nhs.uk.
That's brought the treble up a lot.
Do you get something practical to help kick the wall?
I would say you definitely don't look under pressure, like watching you play on Friday. There doesn't look to me any pressure.
Being a bit more fearful of things. All of a sudden you're not.
And what Stephen finds in...
With a very strong filter on the lens. I'm happy to do it. Anyway,
what's he called, this guy?
To Brian Vokes, and Brian, thanks for sending me the It's a Small World clip. This is a warning now, Brian. Never, ever do that again. Understand? A big hello to a very special dad. And I mean that, Brian.
Cool.
A big hello to a very special dad. That's Keith Sorensen.
Bases.
And he lives in York with Liz.
Moving some air.
Tricky year for you, Keith. But never forget that your daughter, Christiana, loves you both. Lisa and Ferg Twells, they'd like a mention for their friends and partners in crime for over 30 years, and that's Steve and Judith Stevenson, and they say that your friendship is priceless. Big thank you to Timothy Warner in Shepherd's Bush for sending me the article about your great grandmother, Constance. Now, this was really interesting. What an amazing woman she was, and you must be very proud of her, what she did in the Great War. I mean, there's tales somebody sent me of drag queens in a...
Well, there you go. She still works very nicely. And that, I say, that has brought the treble up quite a lot, and the bass, to be fair. So we could have some issues with some of these caps. So let's have a look. Just disconnect that speaker so I don't stick my thumb through it. Doug's got my back on speaker thumbing. Let's get that out of the way. Let's turn the soldering on off now. That's done. And we've got some capacitors to play with. That's Paul O'Grady, isn't it? It's steep. It is actually a man, I mean. It's Paul O'Grady. The finest of all portables. Does sound nice, doesn't it? Hey, Greg, how you doing? Has that Greg popped in? How you doing, mate? Good to see you in. Certainly does sound good, I mean, now, doesn't it? Some nice Lamb's Navy rum. It was actually, I nearly said Bishop's Fingers then. It's Dead Man's Fingers, Mike. Mrs. Cruncher got it for me in the shopping this week. Nice one, Greg. Right, let's have a look at these capacitors then. What do I keep calling capacitors? Capacitors. Capacitors. Right, should we do the biggest first this time? Let's go for this Monster 640 then. This is unbranded, aluminium. What do we think? Any ideas? Is it going to be higher or lower? I think it's going to be higher. I've seen these over 1,000 before. So let's have a look. He actually does a drag act. I mean, Lily Savage is his alter ego, do you call it? So he impersonates a woman. So he has got that funny sort of voice. So don't be surprised there at all. Right. So we're going 980 Cyberflyer. He's gone high. Mike's gone 870, 760. Say it's 640 it's starting at. They all talk like that up there, Benji, today. Police arrest you for being man liking man here against the law. I think he's actually married. I mean, he just dresses up in drag. He dresses up in women's clothes. God, they arrest you over there, do they? It's certainly a different world, isn't it? It certainly is a different world. How are we all doing then? Are we all done? Let's do it. Push the button. I do watch my stuff back from time to time, Greg. Some of it's pretty good, but sometimes I think, oh, Jesus, did I actually say that or did I do that? Oh, 753. So he's over 100 microfarads out. 113 microfarads out. Who's closest to 753 then? 760, Benji. Only 7 out. Benji, innit? It's Benji, I think. Must need a doctor, I mean. He probably does. Yeah, you'll have to Google drag queens, I mean. Lily Savage, that's it, yeah. Benji won. Right. Next is another 250 then. Benji winner. Another 250 then. I can't remember what these were just now. I think we had one that was 290 odd, didn't we? What do you win? Just the prize of being right, Benji, being the closest. That's all you need. 250 then. 295 for Keith. Let's have a bit of music in the background. Actually, what we ought to have is the mental Christmas tree that we built last year, didn't we, really? We ought to have this in behind. Where can we put that? So it's in, there we go. Let's pop that in shot as well for you. And with this, you can blame Derek for this. So this is all Derek's fault. It needs to be over here, doesn't it? There you go. There you go. Very festive. It plays the same tunes as the other one, doesn't it? You're guilty. It reminds you of Maplin's. Here we go then. Here we go then. Ooh, that one's close as well. The other one, one of them was 250, wasn't it? That one's pretty good. That would have been fine. Who's closest to 263 then? Theo 261. Gotta be Theo, isn't it? Yeah, if you look back on last year's videos, you'll see me building this, and there's also a video of Simon building one as well, just in case you wanted an alternative build. Oh. This was a gift from Derek, who is just in the chat there now. Derek Taffman sent me this as a kit to build last Christmas. That's you, Theo. It's got to be you, Theo, isn't it? You're definitely nearly bang on the money there. So let's try the 100 next then. This is this RS branded. I think this was a replacement, so this is not an original, I don't think. It's 100 microfarads then. And we'll play some music while you decide. There you go. Yeah, it depends where they are in the circuit, Rich, to be fair. There was one that was pretty high, wasn't there? But overall, they're not too bad. Hi, Mark, how are you? 98. Whoa. It's gone low. Theo's going bang on the nose. Fat Tony. 0.322 18863. $150.6584956. I mean, it could be. Well, we nearly went into a rendition of Silent Night there, but I've had to stop it because I'm going to push the button. Greg, 149. Oh, that one's close. That one has been changed. So, who have we got closest to that? 107. Theo's on 100. Is it Theo again? Has he done the double? Or have I missed somebody? 98. Oh, it's Theo again. He's done the double. Theo's done the double. Yes, Simon Spires. I mean, Simon Spires. Was he in today? I haven't seen Simon, I don't think. Richard was 112, was he? Yeah, you're right. Rich was closer. Glad that you can do the maths, Greg. Too much rupees. It was Rich. It was Rich. It was Rich. 112 is closer to 107 than 100, unfortunately, Theo, but you were very close. 1,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees for the tester. Oh. They're not cheap over here, this one. You can get another one. This is ESR 70. I think they make an ESR 60 as well, which is similar, just doesn't quite have the same functions, I think. So that's 2.5, 2.5. 2.5, so 10 microfarads then. 10 microfarads at 16 volts. I've actually, I've got 3 I haven't done. Cracking up. You reckon the peak needs calibrating, Tony, do you? Oh, we've got to have that on in between now. It's the rules. At 16. Ooh, we've got a couple going 12, 11.7, 11.8. Steward's inquiry. You need to do the maths. Another one at 12. George has gone 12 as well. George is having 2 guesses now. You can't have 2, George. Which do you want, George? Cheers, Paul. Catch you soon, mate. Here we go then. That's high ESR on that one. That one's not looking so good. That should be below 1, the ESR on that. So that one's high. 12.48. 12.25 for George. Is it George? Or was someone closer? Derek's 12.56. I think it's Derek. I don't know. You need to do the maths, please, on that. Someone needs to do the maths. It's either Derek or George. You need to look at Derek's, George. Derek's is 12.567432. Derek, is it? I can't do the maths. I'm rubbish at maths. Okay, these next 3 are all 2.5. I'm going to put my desoldering tool on because I've spotted 3 more that I haven't done. Nobody told me, did they? But look, there's 3 here that I haven't done. $2.5 then. 2.5 at 64 volts, allegedly. This will drown out the music for the thing, won't it? That might be too annoying for you. What do you think? Who wants the Christmas tree going at the same time as the capacitor bingo? And who doesn't? I say, it did take a fair bit of making that kit, didn't it? It took me a while, especially trying to line up all these LEDs. You just woke up, Paddy. Yes, we're on 2.5 at the moment. I think quite a few people have had a go, so let's coulombs. Push the button. Oh, oh! Did you hear that? That's not a happy cap. 5.6 ESR. $2.7. Greg's gone through. Tony, unfortunately, Tony, I have to disqualify you because you put Henrys and then coulombs. If you'd put microfarads, you were bang on. Oh, Keith is bang on, look. 2.7. I'll let you and Keith fight it out, Tony. I'll let you and Keith fight it out, but Keith didn't have the microfarads, but he didn't have coulombs. you microfarads you meant, did you? That is high ESR on that one. So another one then, same. Let me just whiz these out while you're thinking. So another 2.5. Just doing these other ones to add into the mix. How are we doing? Tony's retracted. What did you have? Hyperfarads or something this time, Tony? Megafarads. .5. 2.75 thingies. Mrs. Upatero says 3. Mrs. Upatero. That's a 10. Mrs. Upatero. You'll have to let me know what you want me to do with that, Dave. Do you want me to have another play with it? Do you want it back? What's the crack on it? 32. So it's going to be a 33. Okay. Another 2.5 then. Here we go. Ooh, another one with really high ESR. Really high. What's it? Positive 2. Who got that one then? Tree. Brett wants a tree. That's you again, Theo, is it? 2.69. Christ, that's close. Last one then. Well, not the last one. I've got some more I found. Last one of these, and I've got another 3 then. Another 2.5. I'm just putting these last three in where we're having a guess. I think that was positive to the back. 2.7, they're all going close now, look. Oh, we've got some more clashes. Greg, oh, Richard had 2.65, did he? Oh, well, it's Rich then. No, it's Rich, apparently. 2.65, he is closer. He is closer. Oh my God. You are very close, though, Theo. Rich has pipped you. So, positive to the right. That's just the 33 in there. There we are. Then we got a 10. Negative there. Should be 2.5. Right. Oh, I missed. Are you ready? Oh, they came in after the value show, did they, Theo? So you're disqualifying that, Theo, are you? Here we go then. Oh, another beep. Hell, that one's 7.3 ASR. They are shocking, those. Who's that then? 2.7. I think we got some draws, haven't we? 2.6. 888. 2.71. 2.7 Cyberflyer. 2.7 Benji. We've got a tie break. We've got a tie break. We've got a tie break. How about another 2.5 then? Let's throw another one in the mix. I've just taken this one out. Another 2.5. You want the tree going, I think someone said. Mrs. Eupaturicula says 2.5. Fancy calling her Mrs. Eupaturicula. Right, 2.5 then, have you all guessed? Just cut my legs off. This time she says 2.8. Cheers, Sean. Thanks, mate. Catch you soon. Cool, these are shocking. 2.58. Derek's 2.54. It's got to be Derek. Is anyone closer than that? 2.67. 2.47. I think it's Derek, isn't it? You'll have to do the maths for me, people. Cheers, Sean. You're for every tea now, are you? That shocking ESR again. So we've got a 10 microfarads now. Another 10 at 16 volts. It's like one of them things, isn't it? When the music stops. Are we doing 12.2? You're going to say that, Tony. 10.6, 11.43. Mr. Yup says 13.8. Mr. Yup. That's Mrs. Yup then. You don't think the new ones will be any better ESR? You really think so, Benji? Do you want to play that game? Do you want to take that bet? Let's do this one first, and then we'll test the brand new one. So they were all around 4. They were really between 4 and 6 ESR. So are we done on this one? No, we're okay on that music, Tony. You would worry more about leakage in this application than ESR. The thing is, though, Doug, the high ESR is a good indication of leakage. It does not measure in the leakage; it's just measuring the equivalent series resistance, as you know. But it is a good indication that the cap is knackered. Here we go then. Ooh, 8.2, 11.8. Chuck a fiver in. Cheers, Sean. Have a good one, mate. Catch you later. Tell you what, it's still got these blimmin' fruit fly things flying about in here. Okay, so we've got the challenge Benji coming up, but we've got one more to do first. And this is a 32 of all things. 32 microfarads. Bit of an unusual size, but there you are. $52, $40. Benji's close. Close to what, Benji? Oh, 11.7 before. Right, I got you. Very high ESR though. Cheerio, I mean. Thanks for dropping in, mate. Thank you very much. Come and see us again. And good luck in the shop tomorrow. Hopefully lots of rupees tomorrow. How are we all doing? Are we all done? I think we're all done, aren't we? Push the button then. I'm pushing it. Ooh, again, fairly high ESR. Not too bad, but still higher than it should be. 45.67. Benji's 43. 48. It's Benji, isn't it? I think it's Benji. Theo. Yeah, Benji. Benji's got it. Right, okay. So now we've got the Benji challenge. He thinks that a brand new 2.2 microfarad cap is going to be the same ESR as those old ones that we threw away, which are all between 4 and 6. So let's have some betting on the value and ESR this time. ESR of a brand new Nichicon PW 2.2 microfarad at 16 volt. 16 was it? What was it? No, it might be 50 volts. Sorry, 50 volts. 2.2 at 50 volts. 7 gigawatts out. 50 volts, Benji. You said it's going to be higher or around about the same, didn't you, Benji? ESR 0.6, 2.23, Keith. Yeah, you could be good there. Derek's saying 1.2. Ooh, might be because the lower values do have a higher ESR, Derek. So you could be pretty close there. 0.156 home. 2.2 ESR. 2.8 Rob. 2.3 1 ohm ESR, Nick. Yeah, you could be pretty close there. I don't know. I haven't tested it, but that sounds in the ballpark to me. Stick that one up there out of the way. Put this one back in. The ESR is the key thing here. It's not likely to be that far out on the actual capacitance because it's a brand new cap and they are pretty good quality, the PWs. It's what I use for 90% of what I do, really. What are you thinking then, Benji? You still sticking with it's going to go high, are you? Here we go then. Let's push the button. Are we all done? .19. God, that is so close. 1.43. So I think Nick was pretty close. What did he say? 2.31 ohms. So it's just under 2.2, 1.43. Derek's closer to the ESR, but not as close on the value. I'm lost now. I can't work that out. I think it's Nick. And is it Nick? 2.31? I think it is. So you'd expect a low value cap to be around that. Of course, if that was a 10 microfarad, it would definitely be below. There we are. That's your capacitor bingo over for the day. So let's go and grab the advent calendars. 6 o'clock, yeah, that's about right. It's a good finish time. Right, we're looking for number 13. You put the decimal point in the wrong place, Tony. Oh no. All the excuses now. Right, number 13. Let's just get rid of my picture-in-picture. You don't see me stood up walking around, do you? Number 13 then. Is this going to be some crazy part that I've got to build? Where am I? Oh, I can see it. I did, yes. I did, Greg. There's no way one of those is going to be up around 4 or 5 ohms ESR brand new unless there's something wrong with it. And I have tested those before, so I know they're pretty good. Nose cone, almost. Yeah, we're on here, aren't we? Helicopter's nose. Let's have a look what crazy things we've got in the helicopter advent calendar today. Have we got something we're going to need to build yet again? Come on. There you go. Something more. Oh, yeah, we got more screws. More screws. More metal pieces and more screws. So what on earth is that this time? 13. What? That's nothing like 13. That's nothing like 13. What on earth? Something not right there. That's nothing like 13. Oh God, I don't know where that goes. We might have a non-working helicopter by the end of this. Because number 13, that was definitely 13 that I opened. Cheers, Mike. Catch you soon, mate. Great man. So number 13, according to this, where are we? No, going the wrong way. That is supposed to be number 13 there. Well, that's nothing like that. Not even close to it. That, to me, looks like, that's nothing like it. That looks exactly the same as this here on number 9. because it's got the little tabs that hold the top of the motor in. Yeah, that's exactly the same as number 9, and we've already got these. Oh no! Oh no! That means we've got bits missing off the chopper. This could be a disaster. George, where are you? What's going on? You need to go back to the auctioneers. They've ripped us off. Hey, how you doing, Hats? Unlucky number. It certainly is. See, this is exactly the same as those bits there. So that's a cock-up. We have no number 13. I did pop you an email, Tony, by the way, and it said you were on holiday. Mr. Hats, that is. So that's the wrong part, which is strange. What on earth is going on with this then? Yeah, that's definitely not the right part. That's not the right part. What could possibly go wrong? Get the Dremel out. I think we're going to need to build a wing for it. That's bizarre. Because that looks like it's some sort of aid for sort of making it fly straight. Oh my God. Yeah, so we've got a wrong part there. It's wrong. So we can't fit anything. We've got number 13, but it's a wrong part. Ask Chris. Yeah, Chris can machine us one. Poor old Chris. He does us all favours, but he can never get his own stuff done because he's doing too much of our stuff. Well, that's unusual, isn't it? Unless there is a second cage that goes over the top of this, I don't know. We'll have to see further into the build. Let's zoom out then. We'll have a look at the Weira one. Hopefully the Weira won't let us down. Hopefully the Weira is going to come good. Right, this is going to be trickier to find because it's let's just pop that down out the way. It will be an all-round job. The copter's copped it, yeah. Poor little mini copter. I'm going to beat it up when the cameras are off. Next to the snowman. Yes. Well spotted, Patrick. Next to the snowman. It's a little tiny window. We've got a massive piece in it, I suppose, is it? Let's have a look. Ooh, another socket. 10mm. Popular size. A lot of stuff with 10mm nuts on it. Let's get the camera sorted out. So what have we got? We've got 5.5. What's that one? 7. And now 10. There we are. Still got quite a few to go. 7 sockets and probably some more screwdriver bits yet. I'm still not sure what this is all about. Because at the moment there's nothing to drive any of these sockets. So I've got an extension bar. I've got an extension bar. And I've got sockets, but nothing to drive them because I've only got a screwdriver. Unless there's going to be an adapter here that will adapt to the 1/4 inch drive. I take it it's 1/4 inch drive, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Who knows? Oh well. That's the last Advent calendar done. So let you have one last look at my lovely shirt. Weira is very good, Tony. If you want any kit, then Weira is the way to go. And as I say, I've got another one of these from last year. They've got Velcro on the back, and there's like if you can see that, let's get the light right. They've got a Velcro patch on the back. And you can get like a strip, put a strip up and put the other Velcro on it, and you can Velcro them all along your workbench. So well worth it. Very good stuff. That comes on day 22, does it, Greg? Excellent. There you are, people. Hope you enjoyed that today. We got the R707 done electrically. I've got to check the alignment next. And then it's on to tighten up the case. So she's nearly done. Lots to come next week. I've got another Sony radio arrived in. I've got to finish off the Sony SW55. I've got to do that. I need to get some decent conformal coating though. So decent some decent what do you call it? Board paint, conformal coating. No worries, Greg. Glad you I blend in, do I? It's like camouflage, isn't it, that? Camouflage. It does blend in. Anyway, people. As I say, I'll be back tomorrow. It's going to be around about the 5:30 mark tomorrow. So, have a good one, and catch you all soon. Bye for now. And thanks. Oh, I better just quickly go over the live chat. That's super chats a minute. I didn't do that the other day. Naughty of me. So let's just go onto this screen. Don't have your activity. So we had Mr. Man Cave. Thanks for brightening up Christmas every day, Let. That's nice of him, isn't it? As Mike, Mr. Racing Demons, some support. Thumbs up and a devil by the looks of it. And then another one for Christmas bones for the doggies. So we'll need to get him some bones now. Oh, and then another one. This thing's moving too quick. Oh, love your work, Graham. The sweet smell of germanium and a unicorn. Then we got Derek with his little pair. His little sweating pair. Thanks, Derek. Another one from Man Cave and another one from Mike. So thank you very much, people. Much appreciated. But it's time to go, and again, thanks to Mr. Fat Tony for the beer today. Excellent. Catch you all soon. Bye for now.